Dear colleagues, friends, I'm happy to announce the last day, the third day of our conference, Academic Science Communication, Teaching Non-Native Speaking Scholars in a Multidisciplinary, Multicultural Context. And I'm happy to introduce to you our colleagues from Yaroslavl State University, Natalia Kasatkina. Natalia Kasatkina is a PhD, Director of the Institute of Foreign Languages, Head of the Department of Foreign Languages for Humanities, Demidov, Yaroslavl State University, Russia, and her co-speaker, Victoria Tebs, lecturer, studying and working at the same Department of Foreign Languages for Humanities at Yaroslavl State University. In their talk and workshop, that's a mixture of two different genres, they will share their experience and expertise on how might educators spark students' interest in writing and develop their skills by developing new classroom technologies, strategies, and knowledge. Okay, let's welcome our speakers. The floor is yours.
Dear all, thank you very much for having us here. Thank you for this magnificent conference. And this turned out to be probably the most enlightening event, professionally, motivationally enlightening event over the last 2 years, I bet. Elena Mikhailovna, thank you for this opportunity. And once I started talking about motivation, let me give this mic to my professional, young, creative, smart researcher, Victoria. So please, welcome.
Okay, so thank you for this kind and inspiring introduction. And today we aspire to tackle the issue of academic writing from a slightly different angle, from a perspective of motivation. And we are delighted to share with you today our experience and the outcomes of our little project. And we keep our fingers crossed that some of the strategies, activities and technologies we gathered for you today will inspire you and so make you take your cues from them. Okay, and so now, without further ado, let's take a deep dive into our topic. No sooner had we put our thinking caps on and immersed ourselves into dissecting and studying these fields, then a number of questions exploded in our minds. And one of the first ones that piqued our interest and arrested our attention is inextricably interwoven with writing being deemed the hardest and the most arduous of the 4 language skills, right? And for instance, Dr. Karen Ottewell in his lecture on academic writing and rhetoric put a heavy emphasis on this premise. And so he brings into the limelight Hemingway's quote, which goes like, "There is nothing to writing, and all you do is sit down at a typewriter and bleed." Sounds a bit disheartening, right? In a word, it's not that kind of definition you are going to give your writers, your students, to inspire them to put their fingers on the keyboards and so write. Nevertheless, it was that idea and so that quote that sparked our curiosity and made us turn to non-linguistic students of our institute. And so the students who study a special program, supplementary educational program. And so we decided to ask their take, their perspective on it, so by the means of a little questionnaire. And now let us familiarize with the results of the survey we did. And as you can see, so the pie chart lays bare that the better part of our respondents highlighted that this premise strikes a chord with them. And so in the next slide, you can see that even though the majority of our respondents assist with enthusiasm, interest, inspiration when it comes to getting their points across in a written form, nevertheless, we couldn't help but notice that a third part of them can't set aside such unbidden and detrimental feelings as boredom, irritation, agitation, and fear of making some mistakes. And looking at the statistics and the result of our survey, we believe that at least some questions are bound to pop up in your mind, right? And now let us have a go at reading your mind and voicing at least some question and dissect it. You might be wondering, where do these unpleasant and perilous feelings stem from, right? And with a view to addressing this quite tricky question and get a good handle on possible reasons for this bleak picture, we decided to again turn our students, our participants, the participants of our workshops, and so ask them to share the challenges and obstacles they face in the process of writing. And as you can see, the bulk of them, the bulk of the participants, so find it difficult to begin. In other words, they're completely at sea and don't have any idea where to start and where to continue. Moreover, some of them, and we can't take it out of the equation, they struggle with style, so the structure of the text, punctuation, and it's not an exhaustive list, of course, just some of the arch enemies of our students. Okay. And now let us add fuel to the fire and draw your attention to another quite disheartening Hemingway's quote on writing. And Hemingway pointed out that when it comes to writing, there is 7/8 of it underwater for every part that shows. And we are strongly of the opinion that this metaphor represents all those fears, worries, and so doubts that bombards our students in the process of writing. And yeah, and it's crystal clear that our students can usually see the tip of the iceberg, right? Only the final product. And only after they themselves throw caution to the winds and set sail and explore this fascinating world of writing does the underwater part, the blood, sweat, and tears they pour into their work come into view. Okay, and so to summarize all of it, so we would like to point out that this metaphor and yeah, so this metaphor is quite scaring and creepy, right? And it might easily take the wind out of our students' sails. And at long last, having painted such a bleak picture, let us working there. So that's can I continue? Oh, thanks. And yeah, so we would like to provide you with some light at the end of the tunnel. And so the good news is that so we can break out of this vicious circle, and it's within our power, teachers' power, to make our students deep embedded curiosity and creativity sparkle rather than falter, and so that we can provide them with some techniques and practices that they might find beneficial in terms of tackling the underlying challenges. And so by now you might be wondering what the aims, what the goals of our little projects are. And in order to address this question, let us draw your attention to another writer, to another quote. We promise that it's going to be more inspiring. So then Hemingway's ones, and Stephen King on his in his book on writing, on the craft of writing, extols the crucial importance of a special writer's toolbox, and moreover, so he highlights the importance of daily practice. He says, practice as often as you can in order to build enough muscle and carry that helpful and useful toolbox with you wherever you go. And so that quote inspired the first objective of our project, and we thank Stephen King for that. So thanks. And so the first, the first aim, the first objective that we chase in our project is to walk you through a number of techniques, methods, and resources that you might find helpful in terms of fostering your students' interest in writing, arming them with helpful tools, and last but not least, enabling them to wage a battle against inevitable challenges successfully. So moreover, owing to the fact that our project is rooted on mediation approach to language acquisition and language teaching, such competencies as communicational competencies and the ability to interact with their peers are also woven in the structure, in the fabric of our series of workshops we are going to present to you. Okay, and who is the target audience of our project? And the series of workshops that we have designed and that we conduct was piloted in non-linguistic students of our institute, and we believe that it's crucial to highlight that all the students aspire to develop their academic writing and set their sights on publishing and sharing the outcomes of their research. But nevertheless, as we learned, there are still some inner boundaries that hinder them from pursuing this goal. So that's why our contention, our argument is that first and foremost, we should help our students cope with challenges and obstacles. We should increase and fuel their intrinsic motivation, and we fervently believe that this strategy will contribute to their writing in the broadest sense of this word. And this premise accounts for the topic that we chose for one of our workshops, and we are thrilled and delighted to walk you through this workbook. I hope that you will enjoy and we believe that due to the fact that this topic is bound to resonate with all students and therefore elicit their emotional and personal response to it. it can help them put their fears of making mistakes or being wrong on the back burner and enjoy the interaction, enjoy the process of learning and language acquisition. So I believe that so you all have a copy of a printed version of our workbook. So if not, you can just scan the QR code and download so the electronic version. Feel free so to do it. Okay. And so now, so let us invite you to embark on a journey through the pages of this so workbook. Okay. And so for starters, let me draw your attention to pages number 3 and 4. At the outset of our session, so we ask our students to take a look at page number 3, at the blank page that is tailored to pay host to their gorgeous thoughts. And while staring at this page, so we ask them to ponder 2 questions. The first one is, what are the challenges and obstacles that might pop out of the ground in the process of writing? And we ask them to identify them and to jot them down. And so the second question revolves around the reader. So because as the distinguished speakers of our conference pointed out on our first days, that the thoughts that someone would love to read what I have to say and not how I can say it, it's vital in terms of increasing students' intrinsic motivation. So in writing, so that's why keeping that in mind, we decided to put our students so into pairs and so hinge our work on and to base our work, our project on peer response. So now let us introduce to you the first activity that you can find at page number 5. And according to the survey we conducted and the responses we usually acquire at the beginning of every session, every so workshop, one of the first arch enemies that bombard so our students is the fear of the blank page. As I said, so most of them don't know how to begin and where to go. So that's where we believe Neil Gaiman's thoughts, his technique called the compost heap comes into play. And in a nutshell, it is a way of gathering your ideas, putting them in one place, letting them rot down and eventually turn into the fertile ground on which your ideas can burst into bloom and come a process. And so therefore we decided to incorporate a number of activities in our workbook in order to give our students an opportunity to collect their ideas, to generate them, and after that build their thoughts on it. And so in the first task, which is called we call looking for metaphors. So we prepared 2 sets of words written in different colors, green and orange. Yeah, I believe it's orange. So we asked 2 volunteers to choose 2 words randomly, and other students were encouraged to take part and generate ideas. And so the aim is to draw parallels between these words and complete sentences with them. And so the pairs of the words that we were lucky to work were forgiveness is like a warm blanket, because love is like a huge hug, because and spending time together is like a street, because. And before we are moving to the next slide, and before I familiarize you with the sentences our students created, I encourage you all to put your thinking caps on and to also try to complete the sentences. Yeah, I believe that I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, and feel free. Okay, so maybe someone would like to share with us so their beautiful answers, their beautiful sentences. Feel free. Okay, any ideas? So the stranger your ideas are, the better. Bear it in mind. Okay, so I hope that so you will enjoy your ideas, and so let me so share so the sentences of our students. I hope you will also love them. Just so read, aren't they beautiful? For instance, my favorite one is love is like a huge hug because it increases the level of oxytocin. Don't you love it? Or spending time together is like a street because it may never end. Isn't it a wonderful beginning for a thrilling story? And what are the outcomes of this first task, the first activity we conducted? And we turned out that it's beneficial from two perspectives. So the first one, so the activity empowered students to throw caution to the winds, so to set their fears aside and just take part and so collaborate with their peers and with group mates. For instance, at one of our sessions, after we explained what we were up to, there was a ringing silence in the classroom, and only after one of the participants so shared so her beautiful sentence did others follow her suit and join us as well. So that's why we believe that it's only so proves that this activity is beneficial not only in terms of acquiring so language and honing our skills, but also building our self-esteem, I believe. We believe. And so then furthermore, so one of the first fears as we said is the fear that I don't know where to begin. So this sentence, this response, and these sentences, this so creations gave our students a sense of direction. So and yeah, navigated them like guiding stars. Okay, and now let us move forward to page number 6. Let me draw your attention to page number 6 in the workbook. And so this activity is predicated on the premise that reading is the backbone of writing. I believe that there is no doubt in so your minds, and yeah, and so in this activity, we suggested our students immerse themselves into reading a short. I'm sorry. So that's it. So short, but immensely impactful and artfully designed Nick Cave's essay on his blog, and we highly recommend you checking it out later. So I hope that you find it yeah, gripping and so fruitful. And yeah, so we encourage them to read it. We set some time, and so whilst reading, we empowered so them to pay double attention to the language, to words, to some grammar constructions, and then just jot them down so into the workbook. And yeah, and according to so the survey that we introduced so to you, so students struggle with the lack of words, of vocabulary. I don't know how to dress my ideas into words and grammar constructions. This is a recurrent problem, and judging by the responses and informal feedback we acquired so at the end of our sessions, students loved so this activity. They found it fruitful and helpful in terms of finding new words, new vocabulary items, and you can see some of them on the screen, our students' favorite ones. And yeah, and just enjoyed and relished the process of writing. So that's why you can also take this activity on board with you, and increase your students' intrinsic motivation, not only in writing but also reading. Okay, and we believe that we can continue and move forward to page number 8 in the workbook. And yeah, and so that's the next stage of writing process, which is drafting. And so this activity is inspired by a widespread assumption and thoughts that the more complex words we use, the more sophisticated grammar structures we choose, the longer our piece of writing is, the better it is, right? And we assume that this assumption and this thoughts leads to a long paragraph, long sentences. Other speakers also put a heavy emphasis on. So that's why we decided to turn our students' assumptions on their heads and convince them and bring home to them that even simple words that's put together properly can do wonders and perform magic and convey what they have to say. So just read Hemingway's story. For sale, baby shoes never worn. Aren't these words touching and stirring? So right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can see them. So it's page number 8 and here as well. So we presented the story to our participants, to our students, and encouraged them to boil their story, their answer down to just 6 words, and just to read these wonderful answers. For instance, what are friends for? Support, warm blankets, midnight call, forgiveness, sharing, or another lovely one, friends share life and to grow together. Again, so we believe that they can jumpstart wonderful story and inspire them to continue it. So then when we have collected all the words, gathered all the ideas and created our compost heap, so we can finally let our thoughts float and find their way into pages 9 and 10, and we just inspired students set their hands to work and to let their ideas float into this canvas. As we pointed out at the beginning, we built our project is built on peer response. So after writing, we encourage them to collaborate with their peers and provide them with feedback. And again, as we also learned on our first days of this conference, peer response is a powerful tool and it goes a long way. Finally, let us familiarize you and shed some light on the final stage, the final step of the writing process, which is more often than not overlooked and quite put on the back burner, right? Which is publishing. And we are convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that this stage deserves, merits our consideration, and that we shouldn't let our students suffocate their stories in notebooks and innumerable documents, so that we should inspire them to let their stories jump off the page, stretch their wings and fly to the outside world and to speak to their readers' hearts. And again, isn't that thought that your story can surpass the boundaries of your classroom? Isn't that a thought inspiring and motivational one? So we believe in it. So that's why we encouraged our students. We encourage our students to publish their story on our blog on social media. And again, you can take your cues from that and maybe create your own page and so share just your students' insights and ideas there. Um, so, and what are the outcomes and the results of our little project? So the result that we have got so far, achieved so far. As you already know, our contention is that motivation and intrinsic motivation is a key component of writing success. Writing in general and academic, so writing in particular. So that's why by conducting the series of workshops, one of which we have just introduced to you, we believe, so we can say, we can pride ourselves on the fact that we managed to decrease the level of anxiety, to eliminate at least some of the fears associated with writing, and fuel our students' intrinsic motivation in writing in general. And so just still a look at the responses and informal feedback we have obtained so far from our students, and we also thank them for this kind words. And some mediation, the second results that I would like to share with you is that mediation approach that set a theoretical framework for our project enabled us to contribute to our students' collaborative skills and enabled us to teach them and to put a simple but powerful thought in their minds that we should respect our peers, our colleagues, and other people's thoughts. So we should encourage the diversity of a perspective, and so it's vital. So that's why we hope that this also contributed to our students' self-development and self-esteem. So, and to round off, this little talk on a positive note, so let us draw your attention again to the 6-word stories. There is a wonderful project that you can check out, and the link to it you can find at the final page of your workbook, which is titled "What is your 6-word story?" or "What is your 6-word memoir?" And the bottom line of it is that when you are completely at sea and don't have any clue where to begin with just 6 words. So we would like to share the 6 words that resonate with us. Try again, fail better. It's our motto. And what is your 6-word story? Just think of it. Just capture and seize the words that speak to your heart, and feel free to leave them in these postcards that we prepared especially for you. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your precious time. Thank you for your support.
Can you switch on my mic? Okay, do you have any questions? Okay, great. Yes, sure. All questions are welcome. Just a sec. You need to have a microphone. So you need some time to think over the words, and while you're thinking over the words, we'll probably have some questions.
Thank you very much. Is it okay? Okay. Thank you very much for your workshop. And could you tell me, please, what is the system of evaluation or assessment tasks?
Can you
Do you
speak
have
up?
any? Sorry,
Huh?
is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any system of evaluation or assessment of these tasks?
So due to the fact that our series of workshop is supplementary, so we believe that we shouldn't exacerbate our students' fears by some grades, incorporating some system of assessment. So that's why we just, our contention is to help them overcome their fears and not to exacerbate them and magnify them. So that's why we don't have any system of assessment.
So the main task is not to evaluate or to help them to overcome. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Yeah, you need to speak in the microphone.
And what's your students' level of English?
So their level is approximately the same, B1, B2. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your fascinating presentation. I think it was very motivational, inspiring for us all. And I just would like, I wonder, you, for example, put challenges and obstacles in the questions. And I wonder if students manage to differentiate what they can refer as challenges and obstacles.
Okay. So page 4. Okay, so I believe that so they just so unite them, yeah, and so they don't see so a difference, maybe a clear cut so limit and barrier between these two things.
We have another question.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So my question is, are there any requirements for their pieces of writing? For instance, just opinion essay or a story with a certain plot with many characters, protagonists, antagonists?
So our motto so is that the blank page is the canvas, and every limits are your imagination. So that's why we so don't so long to suffocate their creativity. Yeah. So it's up to them what genre, what text type they so choose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for a brilliant presentation. You are a great presenter. Good luck to you in the future. So the first thing I would like to mention is that brevity, as the main principle, is at the core of all academic writing. And so I really liked an exercise when you are claiming the centrality. So, for example, happiness is because that's really what our students need. They don't know how to start, how to begin. So it's just my comment. Maybe just my wish is to make it more structured, not only to write a 6-word story, but to create an assignment, a task with a writing prompt, so that your students will know what are the expectations and requirements, especially for the genre requirements, as soon as it is quite important, not only a story, but it's just my wish. Otherwise, thank you very much.
So thank you for your kind words and your response, and your piece of advice. We'll take it into consideration.
Do you have more questions? Okay, when you're asking a question, can you stand up?
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. It's so creative. Yeah, you're very inspiring. Thank you very much. I think I have 2 questions, if I may, of course. Well, first, I read the book On Writing by Stephen King with one of my students. We are focusing on fiction writing with the student, and there has been some cognitive dissonance in the matter that, he suggests simplifying everything, like writing very short sentences, like eliminate all the adverbs, like all the excessive vocabulary, like don't say if it's not necessary at all. Whereas the students thinks like, okay, why do we study then all of those sentences structures and passive voice and all and this and that if we should strive for simplification? And the second question would be, well, rubric is not a problem, punctuation, grammar, or accuracy is not a problem at all. The problem, I think, in my practice is that there is this Russian mindset, like the Russian phrasing, and the only advice I give to my students is that you just need to read a lot in English, and that's it. So do you have maybe some, maybe you are more creative and inventive. Do you have maybe another piece of advice for this? Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for your follow-up questions. And yeah, so the first thing first. Yeah, so I totally agree. And so Stephen King even uses such a wonderful metaphor that the road to hell is paved with adverbs. Yeah, so I believe that answering your question, I can refer to artists because before artists begin to self-express themselves and become impressionists, for instance, so they become so they begin with from scratch and with some pacings, some bolts and notes. So that's why. So I believe that First of all, we should encourage and teach our students to use some difficult, maybe grammar constructions, and at least familiarize them with the existence of them. And after that, so they will find their way, their so distinct and distinguished so style and their powerful and strong voice. So that's so my view on your first question. And the second is, yeah, I couldn't agree more with your piece of advice. And I myself an avid reader, and I also highly recommend everyone so to read and to just take a deep dive into the language, because whilst reading, not only do you travel through the maze of other people's thoughts, but you also cannot help but stumble upon new words and just absorb it like a sponge. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I also have a question. You said you're organizing such workshops. How do you do that? How do you organize? How do you invite students? Yeah.
So our advice is to, so we believe that our blog so is a huge help of us because we just post and some announcements that speaking sessions or writing sessions so are upcoming, and students who are really motivated and who are so passionate about language and who so aspire to develop their skills, so they just come so to us, and so we work after so classes. Yeah, it is a supplementary course, so that's why no evaluation. Mm-hmm. Okay, so thank you.
No, thank you. Well, you set the task, yeah, to write a six-word story.
Yeah, exactly.
So you give a task, and you need to ask for feedback.
Yeah, maybe someone would like to share with us so their stories, because yeah, as we point, its stories also should fly, and so they should be animated. They should fly and change our world.
You can write a story about our conference if you wish.
So your story in 6 words. So, or just those stories, those words that describe you best and that speak to your heart.
Victoria, you have a great slide, okay, with 6-word story by Hemingway as an example.
Yeah, it is an
just
example.
If you go back, probably you can show.
And by the way, you can also see the example on this slide as well.
Yeah, this is also an example. Yeah, that's it.
Or I can come backwards to Hemingway as well.
For sale, baby shoes, never. Never worn. Sorry, you need a microphone to speak, okay?
My story, very optimistic one. Tomorrow will come. It is inevitable.
Tomorrow will come. It is inevitable.
It is
Inevitable.
I'm very good at 6 word stories.
Yeah, great. Great story.
That's amazing.
Very positive
Thank
and
you.
optimistic. Mhm. You need to stand up.
So just motto, be inspired, challenged, and surprised.
It's wonderful.
Wonderful stories. Wonderful stories. Okay. Some other stories? Okay, then probably I have a question. May I?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, in your talk, you touched upon a mediation approach. Do you think its role has been changing now or not?
Yeah. So we believe.
So you spoke about mediation approach. Do you remember that Victoria spoke about mediation approach? Probably briefly, can you highlight what the approach
Mhm.
involves?
So okay, and so mediation approach and the core idea at the bottom of it is that learners are social agents and not just recipients of grammar constructions and vocabulary and so on. So that's why we should encourage them to self-express themselves in language. So to express their thoughts and communicate with not only native speakers but with people from different countries from all over the world, because as we know, so the English language no longer belongs to only the United Kingdom and the USA. It's international. So medium for communication. So I believe that's so I have managed to give you an overall idea of what mediation approach is. And we believe that it has been changing at the moment, and that is starting to play a key role in language acquisition and language teaching. And so, for instance, so we tend to choose topics that speak to our students, to encourage them to communicate their thoughts and express themselves and appreciate what other people that belong to different nations, different cultures have to say, without any judgment, without any biases and stereotypes.
Thank you. Other questions? You have a very rare chance to speak to this brilliant credit student. Sorry, Alena, can you stand up and speak into the microphone?
Okay, and how long does it last? I mean, the course itself.
So we have a series of workshops, and on the average one workshop takes 90 minutes. So we believe, so we're still in the process of releasing this project, and it's not the end, it's just some result that we have obtained so far.
Okay, thank you. And do they have one and the same peers or not? Or does one group differ from one another?
So we have students from different faculties, and so they study a supplementary educational program, and they study English and the art of translation. So that's why we believe that it also contributes to a diversity of minds, and in other words, students that belong to different faculties can express their unique angle and perspective on the same issue, and it also so teaches them to appreciate each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
More questions or stories? Okay, probably my final question. So, do you collect feedback from your students?
Yeah, so for sure, and so I suppose that you can come. So I'll show you so it's again. Yeah, so we collect feedback and formal feedback. So we ask our students at the end of sessions to fill in Google form, a Google questionnaire, and moreover, so we inspire them to feel free to communicate and yeah, so just say how they feel and so what they have gained, and yeah, so we believe that gaining so feedback is vital, and it gives us a sense of direction of where to go and how to develop and hone our projects.
Was their feedback constructive? Or sometimes students write just, we like the course, we like the workshop, we liked all the activities, and that's it. Did they provide any reasoning?
So the point is that so we try to create them questions that touch upon different aspects of our workshops. For instance, so do you like this so task, or why don't you like so another activity? And yeah, we so obtain so both some positive so feedback and some comments how we can so contribute to it. For instance, so in some activities we should maybe so give more straightforward, clear cut explanations. So that's why we believe that it's constructive so feedback.
So this is all fabulous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Kasatkina, and thank you, Victoria. So this is great. Okay.
Thank you.
Now I'm delighted to invite another speaker, Professor Tatiana Alenkina. And Tatiana is associate professor working at the Department of Foreign Languages, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. And Tatiana will speak about, probably not speak, Tatiana will provide insight into practice of teaching genre-based course that combines some very intriguing aspects. Okay, are you ready with the presentation? Yeah, it is this. Okay, thank you.
And I need the device. So good morning, everyone. So today we will talk about something different after this brilliant presentation, which was very much creative. I will talk about something more academic, and from this perspective, boring, as many people would consider, but it is not. So my talk is devoted to the genre of a grant proposal in the modern teaching context, challenges and opportunities. Yeah. So applying for a grant, so no wonder that applying for a grant is a widely spread social practice, first of all. And in the modern context of scientific communication, it is getting to be more and more frequent, as our students would like to become members of the global discourse community. So applying for a grant is an essential practice for every researcher. For an novice researcher, for an early career researcher, this practice is getting to be more and more urgent. In the Anglo-American research context, which really reflects the practice of applying for grants, there has been a great number of different works, both research articles, research papers, and manuals, how to win the grant, how to submit a grant proposal successfully. A grant proposal has come to the forefront of the academic grant landscape, academic genre landscape, and both in terms of the academic sphere and teaching landscape. Applying for a grant in the educational context is another quite important field. Yeah, thank you. I would like to talk about, because submitting a grant proposal, I'm quoting the words of the recent article, the words of scholars Windsor and Cronstedt. Submitting a grant proposal is considered to be a part of disciplinary training rather than a part of academic writing curriculum. Here lies one of the main problems, at least for us as academic writing teachers. As soon as it used to be a realm, a sphere of academic advisors, so of disciplinary discourse. So it should it shouldn't be trained by only us, yeah, as teachers. And we have a situation of a no man's land, where this hidden curriculum, as one of the scholars has pointed out, should be taught by a principal investigator. But in reality, really few advisors spend their time and effort developing the grant writing skills of their students. That's a sad reality. More dramatic is even more dramatic is the situation in Russia, because in Russia we are facing the lack of adequate writing instruction in universities and in writing centers. That just results in the absence or the lack of grant writing courses, both at university level and in writing centers. The current political situation has made the process of grant application to be even more complex and sometimes next to impossible. However, I would like to share my perspective of this university I'm working at. So this year, a new course has been introduced in our university. It is called Grant Writing Course. Surprisingly for me, it has attracted about 100 students, PhD students, across the disciplines. The course is 1 semester long, and it lasts about So today I would like to share my own perspective as the course designer and as a teacher. It's just my second month, yeah. So in October, this October is my second month. And actually, the head of our department, ELENA Mikhailovna, really encouraged me to do this course, course design. The goal is to address, the goal of my presentation is to address the learning potential of the grant writing course for Russian students, and not only for Russian students. I hope that my presentation will be of some interest, not only to Russian scholars and educators, but maybe for our international guests as well. The objectives, as I see them, are just to consider the grant proposal as a modern genre that is deeply rooted in social practices, while focusing on the inherent features of the genre, being intertextuality and interdiscursivity. It's number one. Second, consider grantsmanship as a perfect opportunity to develop the digital literacy of our students while working in this case of genre and process-based learning course. Third, to conduct and analyze qualitatively the specific cases of the introductory sections of our Russian grant proposals. So to start with, I would like to emphasize that a grant proposal is a modern genre, a modern academic genre. So what is its definition? So everyone seems to know what is a grant, and the first thing which comes into my students' head is that a grant is money. However, the grant proposal is an umbrella term just denoting several documents whose function is to reach the research international collaboration, as well as individual purposes of obtaining a scholarship, a book publication, or any other purpose. The grant can be both long-term and short-term, collaborative and individual, research and graduate study. We can talk about different subgenres. Under this umbrella term, a grant proposal, we can talk about an application and a CV, a project description and a budget, an abstract or an executive summary written for diverse audiences. So having said that, a grant proposal is a modern academic genre, because I'm sure that you all know what is a genre and what is the modern theory of genres. I will just refresh your memory. What is a genre? In the modern academic writing theory or framework, a genre is considered to be a frame for social action. So, which means that it is socially deeply rooted. Yeah, it is one of the founders of the new rhetoric movement, Charles Bazarman. So other proponents of the new rhetoric movement have stated that the genres are in constant dialogue with each other, and here we are talking about intertextuality. And the text genres are also interdiscursive. That's one of the titles of Vijay Bhatia seminal work. So he states that the genres are just obligatory, necessarily interdiscursive in any professional and academic communication. A grant proposal is an academic genre as it contributes to the gaining of the so-called socio-academic excellence. One of the recent works of Giulia Molinari, published in 2022, its title is "What Makes Writing Academic?" She provides her answer. One of the features of academic writing is the so-called socio-academic excellence, commitment to the truth, to academic integrity, to social justice, and to innovation and research. So writing is not only about writing, it's the system of norms and expectations. Grant writing socialization, known as the process of learning the norms and expectations associated with obtaining sponsored funding, is the core of our grant writing course. The first assignment, which was one of the first assignments, which was of great interest for my students, and it highlights the so-called social dimension of this genre, is to find finding the funder. So here lies all the creativity of my students, because it's the in the world task, and I find this course to be quite unique because it combines two types of assignments: in the world task and scaffolding exercises. So each student has to analyze the mission and evaluation criteria of the funder, along with the specific documents, for example, the request for proposals or call for proposals, which takes the format of Dear Colleagues letter or a synopsis. So we have analyzed the mission, the criteria. We have read just the letter in order to understand what is required and whether we are eligible to apply or not. So we've tried to focus on two great federal funders. The National Science Foundation, it's the North American Federal Foundation, and the European Research Council. That's the European great opportunity, yeah, to present your own work and to get funding. So the European Research Council has one of the criteria, the criterion of frontier knowledge. And it was quite important for us to understand what is frontier knowledge, because just one of the questions from my students, what is implied? So how can I guess that my knowledge, the knowledge which I have, is frontier? So those are several criteria for the frontier knowledge. Those are timeliness and risk, similarity and disciplinarity, interdisciplinarity and pastoresqueness. Pastoresqueness, that's the word which my students don't know. It's the combination of fundamental understanding of this or that discipline and its social benefit, social use. So here we are talking about just our own contribution into not only science and the scientific background, but our contribution to do the public good, one of the basic norms of the Western society. And here I'm talking mainly about the Anglo-American values. So not because I'm not touching upon our Russian values, but so in my group, my students were most interested, as soon as it's an English language course, they were most interested in writing grants and grant proposals for the Western Anglo-American audience. While considering the evaluation criteria, we inevitably come to the notion of the rhetorical dimension of the text, with its wide range of different publics, both specialist and non-specialist, disciplinary researchers, interdisciplinary scholars, industry professionals, government bodies, media representatives, and just the general public, general educated public. So one more interesting word which we have come through in our course is grantsmanship. What is grantsmanship? It's the whole system. Actually, basically, it's an art, the art of obtaining grants. So this word was coined back in 1961, and since then, grantsmanship has become to be a norm, and it has just its own structure. We are talking about different agencies and even the profession of a grant writer. There is a profession of a grant writer. So these services are quite expensive, by the way, and so what we really need to know all the real life opportunities which our students just may face, though just one of our great necessities and requirements is to be able to write a grant proposal ourselves, yeah, without any help. So grantsmanship is not only about writing. Grantsmanship is about planning, just the whole system, the whole process of pre-writing, the whole pre-writing stage. It includes planning, so thinking about the topic or about the research idea, which is really one of the fundamental tasks of our students. And not only students, by the way, just in fact. So grant proposal includes both intertextuality and interdiscursivity, yeah, as two major criteria of any academic genre, yeah, any modern academic genre. So it should be both intertextual and interdiscursive. Its constituent parts are context, background, challenge. Introductory part, which we will talk about in a moment, introductory part should be a story, yeah? And stickiness is one of the main characteristics. I will now explain just what it is. So stickiness So as soon as my first writing assignment was to write an introductory part, and you know that so each funder has its own requirements for a grant proposal. Some funders want 4 pages, other funders want just 150-page proposal. And just for each funder, so the number of documents, and even the title of documents, the section of this grant proposal will be different. So introduction is just a conventional term. So what I would like to do from my students, it is to write a 3-part just work, including the title, the keywords, the references, and the text itself. Stickiness is the term suggested by one of the seminal scholars who has written a lot on grant proposals, and not only grant proposals, by the way. So his idea is that writing and academic writing is a story. So it shouldn't be 100% objective. Otherwise, just we are just making our case of a boring writing. So no way. It should be a story. So, and stickiness is one of the criteria of each and every story. It should stick. It should remain in our memory. So what is stickiness? Simple, unexpected, concrete, credible, emotion, story. All together we have the word success without the just one more letter S. Success. Simple, unexpected, concrete, credible, emotion, story. Simple and unexpected means a hook. Concrete and credible implies convincing and citable text, whereas emotion is about the emotional involvement of the audience, right? So, and once again, I would like to remind you of the structure: context, background, challenge. The result. So I have already said that about 100 students all in all were enrolled to our course. So I have 59 students in my group, actually in my 2 groups. And I received 45 introductory sections across the disciplines. I should say that these 45 papers were across the disciplines. Quite diverse. Computer architecture and vision, plasma studies, bioengineering, machine learning, meteorology, optics, higher spin theory and strings theory. So our students are from diverse educational background. So our data analysis. So I would like just to apologize. These findings are preliminary ones because I have just finished just collecting the data and analyzing it. So one of the main trends. So first of all, they substituted the genre of a grant proposal and they tried to write a research paper instead. So there is a term suggested by French, English, no, not French, that's another scholar. So Fiona English, if I'm not mistaken, there is the term regenering. That's when students write in a different genre instead of the suggested one. So here they have written in another genre. So, and they have given it explicitly. I mean, in this example, in this excerpt 1, we have in this paper, so you see. So the next example is a huge text, 250 text, which as far as I could understand from the students' writing, should be a research abstract instead of the context. Yeah, so he thought of a research proposal, yeah, or a grant proposal as a research abstract, and he suggested such a 275 word text as an abstract, which is a different genre. Students tended to follow the different pattern, which is the Russian academic communication pattern. Yeah, so it is not surprising because no one seems to have taught them how to write in a different model, in the Anglo-American cultural model. Yeah, so you see. Just that's the opening paragraph, and the last sentence of it is, the aim of the project is to study. Yeah, that's what we are expected to do in the Russian language articles. There are two strategies which my students used in the context. The first one is oversimplification. As soon as they were required to write a hook, so it is quite hard to understand what to do, because the hook is about creativity, but our students are expecting some rules, just some models. They are waiting for some models. So the first model was just for oversimplification. And so you see that how this text opens up. Today is the time of high technologies, giant corporations and businesses strive to create. Yeah. So the topic itself is very much complicated. By the way, it's just quantum computing, it's physics, yeah, so it's at the intersection of both. Yeah, but this student has made up his mind to start like this. As a hook, some students who want to be creative, and no doubt they are, so they started looking for the quote. One of them is the quote by Richard Feynman. As Richard Feynman has said, what I cannot create, I do not understand. So this quote serves like a hook, and probably, so we will remember this research proposal, this grant proposal better. Disciplinary conventions are really at stake here. So the first one is the first group of grant proposals is about life sciences. Yeah, life sciences and biomedicine. So this topic was this field, this trend of research was quite frequent in my works. Yeah. So, for example, students wrote about leukemia and cancer, about genetical diseases, about ischemic strokes. So here we have an example of the context paragraph, of the opening paragraph, where the student has made up a good decision to start with leukemia. So he is claiming the centrality of this term. Yeah. And he connects leukemia with leukemic cells, stromal cells, bone marrow cells, and leukemic cells, which should be in the keyword list. Just another discipline, another field is theoretical mathematics, and it has its own tradition, yeah, and disciplinary conventions as well. So still the student has started with mirror symmetry, and he provides a good definition of it, though unexpectedly in the second sentence he switches to many open problems. There are still many open problems. And here we are coming to one of the major features of my students' works. They love the word problem. I don't know why, probably because we Russians tend to see problems everywhere. The word problema in Russian is one of the most frequently used So both on the day-to-day basis, and here, so in our works, we have the word problem. So in this particular proposal, the student tends to use the word problem 3 times throughout just 2 paragraphs. That's a lot. The thing is that they are looking for a problem without providing a substantial modern context of their field. Speaking about the vocabulary, I was really surprised to see that my students tend not to use such general academic vocabulary as goals, objectives, purposes, and so on. So they felt a little bit reluctant to use, or they used objective subtasks and aims interchangeably without any, just like synonyms. Although we have talked what is the difference between the goal, what is the aim, then what is the goal, and what is an objective. But they feel, just as I see, they are a little bit hesitant to use. Or there is another reason, they are not very good at planning their work. Yeah, so because when we speak about goals and objectives of our research, yeah, that's not only a required component, but that's how we plan our research. So this student was quite detailed at this work, yeah. But there is another another way of speaking about and overusing one and the same word: explore, 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 explore. So research proposals are full of such repetitions. A few words about the background. Yeah? In the background, which is considered to be the story of your own discipline, my students used mainly the author prominence citations. Yeah? So that's how they are narrating the story. So they have understood it literally. Yeah? So what they should do. Author prominence citations are considered to be used, but not as frequently in the background. Yeah, just in this particular paragraph, we see Timoshin, then Ruban, Stewardson, and that's just they appear as characters in this particular paragraph. My students also tended to retell a story of a different source. Yeah, especially when they liked this source. Yeah, that's one of the main drawbacks, not only of Russian students, and it happens all over and over again during the conferences when the students, novice researchers, really retell just a different source. Here we have a work contains a study, a goal is to find, so the person is trying to understand the main, actually to summarize to some extent, yeah? So what has been done by some other people. By the way, he uses the word authors, yeah? Authors found. The identity is really what matters. I'm trying to finish already. Yeah, I'm finishing. So the identity is what really matters, and we have a great number of self-mentions. Interestingly enough, so these self-mentions refer to the authorial voice. When a student is writing his own paper, for example, we have found. As well as the students tend to project to the future, our team, yeah? And an expert identity is really what my students love to take over, yeah? In order that the audience should appreciate their achievements, yeah? So they are taking the floor of their principal investigator. Yeah, they cannot be a principal investigator at this particular stage of their career. Still, they want somehow to make it clear the method I develop, or I have conducted a number of experiments that have proven the effectiveness of the approach provided. And conclusions, number one, a grant proposal is definitely one of the genres that used to be peripheral some years ago, but is gaining more and more popularity. Second, grantsmanship, known as the art of obtaining grants, is not limited to writing. In fact, writing should go last. Yeah, so we are talking about the whole process of scientific communication that starts with looking for the funder, getting to know him, and the planning stage. Third, the writing stage goes deep into understanding the rhetorical dimension of the text. And the problems here that Russian students face, one of them is seminal, is this interdiscursivity, because as you know, interdiscursivity is the dialogue between discourses. It's the text being media, yeah, referring to the media discourse, to scientific discourse, and to business discourse. That's the whole mix of different discourses. And finishing my own modest story, yeah, so while we are talking about the story of grant writing, I would like to give my own quote, the quote from Martin Luther King: "Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." I would like to stress that just teaching and trying to give them intelligence, yeah, is one of the major goals, but developing their character and some features as to be disciplined, to plan everything ahead. Yeah, so that's also one more quite an important goal of true education. And my references, you can see them on the screen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can you hear me? Great. So, Tatiana, thank you very much for your in-depth explanation. Grant proposal is probably I have one question, and some other members of the audience also have questions, but don't forget about the timing because we have other fabulous speakers. So my question is, how do you motivate your students to write grant proposals? Because in my opinion, the main constituents of a grant proposals are fundable idea, narrative, and budget. If they don't have a fundable idea, if they do not know what to write about, so it doesn't matter whether they know this concept as interdisciplinarity or
Interdiscursivity.
This as well. So these things, okay? So first, in the first place, they need to be inspired. They need to have this impulse to write a grant proposal. When they have a burning idea, passion for writing, yeah, and they know that when they write a great proposal, so language, in my opinion, is the mechanics. Yeah, they certainly need to know lots of different things, but in the first place, they need to be willing to sell his or her idea, get money to advance the field. That's the point. So my question is, how do you motivate students? How do you inspire them to get down to writing a proposal?
Thank you for a great question. Motivation is always a problem, but not in my group, I would say. 45 students out of 58, that's a good result, first of all. I expected not as many words. Second, they think that their own proposal, their own topic is fundable. And maybe this optimism just is the sign of being young and innocent. I don't know. But they are sure that many of them, they are sure that they are the best, that their idea should be fundable and they will get money. And they believe, they hope for the better, even just in this particular situation we are facing. Yeah, so I have 9 students who are Chinese, yeah, students. Just that's a different story. So
Less motivated?
they are more motivated and more practical. Yeah, so just they think that they will get the British some documents which will not citizenship. Yeah, so permit to work. Yeah, a work permit, not citizenship. So they don't want to have any citizenship, but they would like to have this work permit, which will allow them to work for the ERC.
I see.
Yeah, so they have a definite plan. Our students are not as maybe brave, and they do not have such a plan to have a citizenship or a work permit. Maybe they do, but
They are
I
Russian
don't know.
citizens.
They are Russian citizens, sure. Still, they are thinking of different grant opportunities, and surprisingly, most of them have taken this assignment quite seriously.
Okay. Thank you very much. Probably we have one quick question, if any.
There are so many questions.
Yeah, okay, then we'll have a lunch break, and during the lunch break you can communicate with Tatiana. Mhm.
Okay, so
Okay, just one quick question because, yeah.
thank you. First of all, it was great to learn that such a course has been developed at our department. Thank you very much, and Elena Mikhailovna, who has inspired well. I think it's very beneficial for our students. Well, and you mentioned that this genre involves, writing involves some elements of creativity. And you're saying that it was a challenge, it is a challenge actually, to teach our students how to make their writing interesting to read. Well, do you analyze other researchers' texts in class to show them which techniques can be used, which rhetorical techniques can be used to hook the audience, to hold the attention of the readers throughout the whole text? So do you do any analysis of other scientists' texts? Okay, thank you.
Other scientists or other research maybe on that, on different engaging techniques. So there are lots of works how to engage the reader. So I did not provide any model text at this point during this course, although I usually do that. Yeah, so I provide model text. So what I have found, when I provide a model text, they tend to plagiarize, they tend to imitate, and sometimes rewrite. Yeah, so especially it is true for just my other groups, for other courses. But basically there is a big just trend, such a trend to rewrite. We've learned a lot about the techniques of engagement, like claiming the centrality of one and the same word, yeah, so leukemia, which I tried to show. The quote, using the quotation. Actually, much depends on the grant funder, yeah. So because in the European Research Council there is one tradition. So when I applied to the Fulbright grant, for example, they had a different tradition, yeah. So although it's also a federal grant, yeah, and different number of documents, yeah. But that's a perfect question. Thank you for that. Yeah, I should think more about that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a lot to discuss, and we're having a lunch break. No, unfortunately not. Okay, and let me introduce to you another speaker from our audience, Olga Popova, assistant of the Department of Foreign Languages from St. Petersburg State Institute of Technology. And in her presentation, Olga will discuss how she applies the concept of multifunctional reading in her practice of teaching academic writing. You're welcome. Так, уложились. О, где мой телефон?
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to be here today with you. Nice to meet you, also is observing everything that you were sharing with me. And today I have.
Can you speak on the microphone?
Is it
In the
okay?
microphone, yeah. Yes, that's
okay.
better.
So I hope today I will be quite useful for you, and that's the topic that I have chosen. So I have decided to connect, as we usually do, developing reading skills with the writing skills. And today I'd like just to show you so many roles that reading has for us. I will try. That's the plan. So I'd like to start with saying some words about me and about the audience with whom I work. Skills analysis, but by these words, I mean how I was analyzing my audience, my students, because they were just showing what they really need to be developed. My experience as extra classes, you see these words in the brackets, it was additional, not just classes in the classroom, but I have organized some online studies just to practice, use the model that I have created. So to see, does it work well, or should I change any other things? And the last one is students' feedback. So what did they say after these extra classes? And they were, how to say, positive and negative, because I was asking them to be honest, because I wanted to develop my skills as well. Okay, where we are. So first, some words about me. I'm a postgraduate student at this State Pedagogical University in St. Petersburg. So I have started studying there. Getting a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and I have recently decided to come back there in my place, in which I'm really interested in. I'd like to say that I'm not so closely connected with linguistics, so I'm not so interested in the language to know to get deeper in what a language is. I'm mostly interested in how to teach, so that the department is called technology. So I started thinking, how can I develop writing skills? So I chose this topic to write a dissertation. So that's my place, and the question is, what motivated me to do a research in academic writing? So 5 years ago, I started working in this university, and they are mostly concentrated on chemistry and technology, but however, they have a faculty of economics where I work. And as we see, the students showed me what skills must be developed. And I started focusing on all these skills that are here: reading, writing, study, okay, how they plan, how can they evaluate their work, and cognitive skills as well, because we were dealing with different texts and we needed to analyze, synthesize, and so that's why cognitive skills are mentioned. And the questions that I started asking myself, because their language was very different, we could have pre-intermediate and intermediate. So do the skills depend on the level of English? I was really interested in this question. I may be wrong, but I'm feeling that no differences. Because their language could be quite fluent, but skills were not so nice for us. Okay, and other things, I made some points here. My responsibility at the university where I work, what do I mean? I started being a teacher of English who made a plan how to develop all these skills. So I needed to choose a genre, how many lessons for that. And my responsibility just managed to motivate me more. So I jumped into writing aspect. The next thing is, I hope you know what is this. That's the place where we are. So my first time here was in 2018. I was a listener and I was greatly surprised how many people have passion in writing. What ideas do they share with us? The next is Academic Writing Center. We all know this place, and especially Svetlana Suchkova, who has supported me, and she has given me a consultation. And the last one is, you see, my passion for academic writing that we all do have. So I started thinking, okay, I need to formulate what I want to do. And as you see, to lay the foundation for academic writing. What do I mean by this? I mean, skill-centered program. So I wasn't thinking like we usually do, a genre, like you were saying, others people say about research articles. So it's not about me. I was starting thinking what skills must be developed firstly before we start talking about a genre. My audience is here, so they're bachelors, and unfortunately or fortunately, it's just the first course at a bachelor program, so they have just come from school, and I see the people who don't know a lot about their profession, specialty, okay, and newcomers. And some information, as I've told you about this. So you see the language, pre-intermediate, intermediate, maximum, not more. And the last one is limited vocabulary. We always mention these points about vocabulary, but I'm not sad about this. Why? Because I'm concentrated on the skills. They may have just five words, but they may write a small text, as Victoria was saying to us. So optimistically, we go further. That's how our plan this year looks like. So this is just a writing program. And you see three modules in this table. What do I mean by them? We divide an academic year in three parts. And you see the topics. So we start with basic English, called higher education. And then they start talking about their business. So we change business English. We have only 45 lessons to achieve our goals. So we started to do our best. Another thing, we go below persuasive essay, for and against, and we also see summary. So when the module finishes, we need to control their knowledge, how successful they are. And we have chosen public speaking, vocabulary grammar test writing, and writing this text as well. Why have I written summary in a green color? Because this year it has started to be a new part. So before we had only for and against essay, and that was all. Okay, so we see analysis. The first, as I have told you, students started telling me, showing me with their results, what they are good at and what they are bad at. Then I started giving them specific tasks because I wanted to know more. I wanted to be confident in what they are showing. And the last thing will be the words about my recent project, extra classes. So I will give you more information. That's what they were showing us. Yeah, so IELTS essay, that was the maximum that we could choose. So just 4 paragraphs as they were preparing for examination, nothing else that we could do. You see, I think we all know about this. Then summary came to their live and they were greatly surprised. You see, what is a summary? What should I start with? Can I copy sentences from the text? And I started asking them about their school time. Guys, did you write? Have you written any kind of things? Very big eyes of students, of course.
So you see, extra classes were like after understanding, after analyzing them, and not so many students I have chosen by myself. I was feeling who will be interested, and pre-intermediate and intermediate group were separate, and skill-centered, and the goal to succeed in academic writing. Okay. We all know that reading is the base for academic writing. So I started using reading text for many, many goals. And multifunctional is just, I started to save the time for me and for students and to give maximum of what I could. Saying in general, it looked like this. So we start reading and we jump into writing, and the genre is a response essay. I hope you know how it looks. It really attracted me. What attracted me is a summary, because they needed to read, understand main ideas, and then start to express themselves. Now you see the steps below: pre-reading, reading, pre-writing, and writing. And I can surely say that it's up to you how to organize. You can firstly give them home task for another lesson to read and translate the text at home, because you know that their English is not so good. If their English is okay, reading can be in the classroom. So it's up to you to think about organizing. Okay, a bigger picture, how the process looked. You see pre-reading, what can it be? Discussion, analyzing the title of the text, so we prepare them. Text 1, text 2, it can be more. And you see the blue arrows, so they may start comparing what this author told us, what another one did. You see, it will be cognitive skills as well. Then goes text structure analysis, because they don't know what the topic sentence is, how to divide the text into paragraphs. So we may use even just one text, and we will have all these aims in our pocket. Skimming, looking through, and annotating. Please pay attention. I don't mean writing annotation. I mean the process, annotating, so how it looks, taking some notes, using different colors, signs on the margins. So is it interesting for me? Agree, disagree, and so on and so forth. The next one is mapping. I'm crazy about mapping because it really helps. So they collect information from different sources, and they can make just this map with circles, with arrows, make decision what to say about and what so not, and so forth, and so on and so forth, and an essay. So that's some points why I have chosen personal response essay, so they can express themselves as well. But I want them to summarize firstly, okay, and say, I'm sorry, firstly read, and then you can tell about your thoughts. The same, just showing one more time these tabs: discussion, text structure, annotating, and mapping at the same time. And I had a student, she was brilliant mathematics, and she also loved this mapping. So she easily used these things probably. So how did I use it? So firstly, source of information, and students could choose by themselves. So they were free to find a text and topic. One guy, for example, was choosing some text about motorbikes, and other students was interested in literature, so they were free. Text structure analysis, I hope you know what I mean. The author's voice, so some techniques inside. Have we enjoyed reading this text? So a lot of points to be discussed. Development of cognitive skills. So as I was saying, collecting information, comparing, analyzing, and summary makes us synthesize and write a summary. Development, okay, an example of genre. Not so interested in this because I needed to be sure what genre must be chosen. I'm still thinking about this. Development of reading and writing skills is okay, understandable, and critical thinking. So extra classes, students' feedback, what happened finally? So how were they reacting? Outline. No, we don't like outline. We want to have a piece of paper, pen, and a wish to write. They had a wish to write, but outline, I couldn't, how to say, make them firstly make an outline and that start writing. They were saying, we all know what to write. Don't ask us. Outline is not necessary. But then they have found out that I was right. They had some mistakes. Purpose and audience, I will later show you some slides to show how we worked with purpose, so what you want to say in your text, and to choose an audience, so who is planning to read your text. It was difficult. They wanted to write, but they couldn't write about these things. Mapping also can be called a graphical organizer, so it's up to you how to say. Topic sentences, didn't understand. So I started showing them some pieces from different course books in academic writing, and the task was, students, where is the topic sentence? Of course, we firstly discussed what the topic sentence is, but they were not so successful. So I started taking notes to analyze what should I teach better, how to explain topic sentence better to be successful. Annotating, didn't understand colors, taking notes, so they wanted not to waste their time. So they wanted to jump over all these things, to skip, to run away, and to write. But I made them stop. Guys, make a pause, please. Don't be so quick. Using questions, you see 3 exclamation marks. They loved it. So because they started asking themselves some questions to look at the quality of the text, really helped. I will show you these things. Okay, so I will show another document. Can I? Very, very quickly. Okay. So let it be, the picture of annotating. I love it, really helps. So we may further write a research article. So I'm an old-fashioned researcher. I love printing. I have paper articles that I was reading. And then I start being an artist, underlining and making some comments. Okay, and another file. The last one. You can close this. Okay. So during my extra classes, one of the last lessons was an individual lesson. So only one student was with me, and that's what we were discussing. Okay. Topic. So the topic was chosen, you see, motorcycling. And I was saying, interesting, but it's too general. What do you want to tell me exactly? So we started narrowing, and he told us, okay, pluses and minuses of these things. The purpose also very difficult. They wanted just to write with no purpose, just want to write. And the last one is about audience. You see the process, so I have saved these slides to show how we cross out the process of what the students has told me and how I have corrected these things, okay? So That's what we had. And mapping also. Okay. I think I will stop here. And the message was, what can we do, how multifunctional reading can be used, and how I worked individually in my extra classes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you switch? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Multifunctional reading. Questions?
If you have, I will be very glad to answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. I would like to make a comment. So you said that your purpose is to develop skills, right? Not genre, not any other way. Yeah. So, but skills can be developed in the genre-based course or in the process-based course. So it is not controversial. So it is not two opposing things. I mean, skills and genre-based course. So you can develop skills of reading, of annotating, of writing in the genre-based course. There is no controversy here. So, and I would like to ask a practical question. So do you give any topics, for example, motorcycles, and then you provide them with a writing prompt, so how to find literature, find sources, so, or no topic at all, so they can take any topic from motorcycles to academic writing?
Okay, thank you for your question. The students were free. I mean that they could choose what they liked to write about. And as it was not connected with a syllabus of university, so I was free, I have decided to let them choose what they like. So no control. About your comments about skills and genre, I do understand what you mean. That's it, it's correct. But when I started assessing their work, as we were not focusing on a genre, my criteria were different. Because when you teach how to write a particular genre, how you assess, your criteria will be
I have different
connected.
evaluation rubrics.
Yeah.
And just by doing that, I also have to develop certain skills because so no wonder that any writing should go with reading, or so reading, documenting sources, annotating, summarizing, all these activities, all these skills should be developed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
And annotating, so you are just, they are making notes, right?
Yeah.
As I have found out with my first year students, it is quite hard for them to think about the topic in 2-3 words. So, for example, if you take one paragraph, I'm asking them, what is the main? Just which words are the main?
Yeah.
It's a difficulty for first year students.
I do agree. So what you are saying about the keywords is one of the steps that we also did. I was just saying in general. So of course we can working with a reading text together, finding keywords, but then I just wanted them to do it by themselves.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have some comments from YouTube. NADEŽDA Stojković, Professor Stojković, our guest from Serbia, writes, very good and informative presentation, well laid out. And then Alevtina Yefimova writes, thank you, Olga. I really enjoyed your talk. Lots of helpful teaching tips.
Okay.
That's great. Let's thank Olga.
Okay, thank you very much.
Presentation. Thank you. And now we're having a lunch break. We'll resume our broadcasting in 2 hours. So at 2 p.m. we continue our conference, and I hope to see you here in exactly 2 hours. Thank you. Magnus? Okay, great. Magnus, can you see us? Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Yes, sure. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce to you Dr. Magnus Gustafsson, Associate Professor from Chalmers University of Technology, Department of Learning and Communication in Sweden. Magnus is our regular guest at our conferences. That's not the first conference, I hope not the last one when we have you. And in your talk, you will speak about English for higher education and research purposes, as whose English is translingual. Yeah, no, what is the topic? Okay, whose English?
No, absolutely.
Magnus,
You're
can you
absolutely onto it.
clarify? Okay, whose English? Because I have probably misinterpreted your title. Whose English? Just I feel that there is a grammatical mistake, but I do not know what specifically you wrote in the first place. Whose English dominates in a translingual world?
Something like that. I think this is an excellent opening, actually, since it highlights the topic in a wonderful way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. We're ready just to listen to you, and we have our microphone, so we will be happy to interact with you.
Thank you. So I'll share my screen and try to get going from there. I had in mind to have structured interactivity. That's going to be somewhat difficult, so we may have to fall back on fairly regular buzz group and question type activity, I'm afraid. But let's see what we can make of that, at least. So yes, here's the topic: who's English in a translingual world? What is it that we fall back on when we begin to think of / assess English in perhaps particularly academic publication, scientific publication contexts? Thank you for that introduction. Yes, I'm at this department. I'm at the Division for Language and Communication. We essentially teach language and communication with a large focus on writing development in a school of engineering or a university of engineering across disciplines. So I meet with Bachelor of Science, Masters of Science, PhDs, and faculty in that type of context. To the extent that I do research, it's largely on collaborative writing, connected perhaps primarily to peer response work. But there's also an opportunity or a reason to give a disclaimer at this point. The talk today is a series of reflections rather than a series of research projects or research studies. So it's going to have to be in view of that. So a few scenes of reflection, trying to share some of the experiences with you and you with me. Discussion towards the end, I'm hoping. I'm not sure we'll get to synthesis today, but I will end on a promise at least. So that's pretty much it, I think. What has kept me away from you for these days, I'm afraid, is another conference on a very similar topic, the Integrating Content and Language in Higher Education conference that was just closed yesterday in Maastricht on a very similar topic, Englishization, reflecting on the changing university. So a similar community, largely one of language for specific or language for academic, or for that matter, scientific purposes. To some extent, a lot of the communication around that topic that these 3 days have focused on three or four ways of looking at Anglicization, and I think some of those will come into play in the room today as well. Are we looking at something like Anglicization for some sort of internalization, sort of mobility component, or are we looking at it more perhaps as from grassroots and up rather than from up and down? Many of us come at it from a sort of world English's point of view, English as a lingua franca, for instance. What is becoming increasingly emphasized or accentuated is the sort of political power of Anglicization, what it does to research, what it does to epistemology and research tradition, etc. So all of those four dimensions or perspectives on Anglicization were in the air for 3 days, and possibly in your air as well. What tends to be shared, though, in all of those conversations is that we need additional languages. Very many of us are also making sure that we do language for specific or academic purposes in the respective countries' first languages as well. And in some cases, that will involve 3 or 4 languages, obviously. This particular community is not explicitly focused on English for research publication purposes, but it does go into many of the conversations. So I won't be able to connect to your themes and conversations because I haven't been part of them. I'm hoping I'll get that as we get to questions, prompts, etc. What brought me here, on the other hand, what I think ELENA sort of contacted me for was a fairly recent position statement, largely machined by perhaps the first 5 authors here, even if we have all been involved in it, obviously, rethinking English as a lingua franca. It comes with a series of publications. Maybe we can make sure that this link gets distributed somehow eventually. The publication comes with translations into various or many of the languages involved, or all of these at least, and one of them is the Russian one. So it ought to be available to you, even if I haven't distributed the link, as it were. I'll shut up for a bit and leave that QR code up if somebody's has been quick enough to whip up a phone and get a QR code for you. But that's pretty much it in terms of my context coming into it. There is one more component, I think, by way of housekeeping or logistics or introduction, and that would be the local context. One of the fairly recent publications, after all, in the area is one that I'm pretty sure all of you are familiar with. It's Ashley Squire's Emerging Writing Research from the Russian Federation, which is indeed an emerging field of research, definitely, in terms of sharing it with us. It also shows, I think, in very, very useful ways, well done by chapter authors and by Ashley, quite a number of examples of this dominance of English and how it actually has an epistemological influence. This might be more elaborated on or more accentuated in the first part of that publication, and I did see some of these names among speakers already, so I'm assuming you're in the room, and maybe you can add to this as we go along. But it's definitely an element in our context. On that note, I'll leave our shared contexts and go to my own contexts, and it's going to be somewhat of a history in a sense, and I'm going to try to be a bit quick because we've got not endless amounts of time. My first scene of reflection is quite some time ago, even if I wouldn't have had the vocabulary or the discourse to address it in today's language, I think. 15 years ago, I sat down to have a look at and effectively grade student portfolio in one of the courses that I deliver. Back then it was in the spring, so this was in June as I sat down on the balcony to do my marking. This is fiction for engineers, basically a reading course of fiction for engineering students at our university, giving them a toolbox for sharing a literary discussion, effectively introducing close reading. It's not a very advanced course, making sure that first primary text gets used sufficiently. The reason the course exists in the first place is that there's this basically a liberal arts requirement, as it were, for these engineering students to take 7.5 credits of work in finding out what technology and culture and society work in context or in collaboration. Now, this is one of my favorite courses. I have a background in English literature. I have a PhD in English literature. So this was is my lifeline, seeing that I'm working at a University of Technology. And these are really, really creative students, far more creative in their readings than many of the humanities students I sort of still remembered back then. I don't now. So I was looking forward to this reading. And the very first thing I did was to pen a subject-verb agreement mistake with a red ink pen. And that's incredibly disappointing at this point in time. It was disturbing back then, to say the least. But I think it's also indicative of a sort of reflex that we might have, and a reflex that is problematic. One more kind of quick example from a slightly different context is a tiny study I did with two faculty, well, a number of faculty, but two on the co-authorship, where in this University of Technology, we wanted to study threshold concepts and how students communicate their understanding of or learning of threshold concepts. In this particular example, we had first-year master level students, Master of Science students, communicate about an electrical engineering threshold concept under the name reactive power. Back when we did the study, I could kind of understand it. Today, not so much. What I do remember, though, is that two students talk to each other. One asks prompting questions. The other student explains the threshold concept. And we see a student sort of tentatively trying to articulate an understanding of a concept, like, for example, our houses. You're applying more circuits or more TVs or stuff like that. If you step up the voltage, you step up the current. So this doesn't mean a great deal to me. So we interviewed the lecturers, or let them have a look at the transcripts to see what they made of it, as it were. And the lecturer is, well, technically the lecturer is sort of convinced that something isn't quite right. This is not the way the lecturer would have expected it to be expressed. But he's not quite sure if it's misunderstanding of the concept or if it's sort of sloppily or uncareful speaking, or perhaps both. When they visualize it, they seem to have sort of better understanding according to the lecturer. Now, the question is the lecturer's reaction here of being torn, if you like, of is this a language problem, a communication problem, or is it an understanding, a cognitive issue, a conceptual issue, sorry. And simply focusing on that element that form and content go so closely together makes our situation even more, in many ways, even more challenging, as it were. What are we going to demand? What are we going to require, as it were, of language? So there's that. My next reflection piece is probably one that you can also relate to, even if you might have different rules and regulations. In Europe, admission to universities require a B2 level at the Safer scale of English, and so also in Sweden, obviously. What's the thesis requirement? At my University of Technology, master theses are published to begin with, so they are worldwide, with the name of the supervisor, obviously. Some of the departments give them the shape of a research article. Some of those projects actually get published also as research articles, likely with a fair bit more work together after the actual master thesis publication. There are criteria. For, among other things, the sort of communication or language component in it, for insufficient quality, high quality, or very high quality. They are vague, so there is a fair bit of room to maneuver and interpret. But my question has in the past always been, can you do this on B2? And my answer has always been, no, you can't. You cannot publish you cannot communicate a publishable master's thesis at a B2 level of written English. Today, I'm not so sure. I find it more problematic that we even ask that question. What does that mean to our acceptance, if you like, our willingness to understand a text? So that's going to be my probing of my own attitudes as a reader in this context. And it brings into play, perhaps again, our sort of approaches when we work with students, or for that matter, supervisors, our language for specific purposes, our English for specific or academic purposes approaches. What does it mean to have an English medium instruction context for supervision? What does it mean to go further with EMI and requires some element of integration of content and learning in higher education? I can't claim to have answers, but I do see that many of my colleagues, including my colleagues back at the conference last few days, struggle with similar sort of decisions. What is it that we require? One of the answers among supervisors at my university, definitely, among colleagues elsewhere as well, is that, fine, let's put together that master's thesis and then let's have it proofread and copy edited. And fine, most of us do this from time to time without a great deal of effort, across educational levels, with more or less familiarity with the discipline that we're reading. What sort of English is it that we promote in that work? And if this is the amount of work, whose text is it? But that's a slightly different question that we may not be able to take on today. By now we've been at it for some 15 minutes, or actually 16 minutes, and I'd like to go to a sort of more hands-on example for a bit. In one of the editorial boards 2 or 3 weeks back, well, struggle is a strong word, but we had a long discussion about how to help collection editors, a set of collection editors, with a sort of language policy statement for an individual publication, for a book. So how do we go about copy editing in journal contexts, or book contexts for that matter, when we're in this sort of world English writers context, and our fallback copy editing routines and traditions might not be sufficient? I'm not quite sure about the timing today. We have like 30 minutes and I have less than 15 left, but I would still give us a little bit of time, or you in your room, a little bit of time to have a look at this sentence which started the conversation. And let's see if at all you want to edit it. If you do edit it, what is it that you would like to do with it? And then let's see if we have 2 or 3 minutes, 2 or 3 suggestions or comments from the floor to see what we make of this. So I'll shut up and leave you to it.
Okay, so let's get down to editing the sentence. Can you switch on my microphone? Can you hear me, Magnus?
I can hear you,
Yes,
absolutely.
okay. So that's the sentence that we're to edit, okay?
Well, if you feel it needs editing.
Yeah, yeah, certainly. Certainly. And by the way, okay, my colleagues are working on editing the sentence. Yeah, during these 2 days, the previous days of the conference, we spoke a lot about your position statement, by the way. We had Angela DADAK, and she used this as one of the examples to illustrate her points.
Nice.
And by the way, I shared the Zoom link with her because she wanted to join. Probably she will. Yeah, if that's not too early at Washington DC. Okay.
She's not here yet.
Not early. Okay, you know the time difference.
I think so. It's
okay. Any suggestions?
But then it means that the position statement has been distributed, so people have it already.
Yes, we have it, and we even discussed this position statement for 2 days.
Then we can spend less time on it now.
No, don't worry. Take your time, okay? We have one more speaker in the Zoom. Michelle, are you with us?
Yes, she's here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, can we take a bit longer?
What time
Yes,
are you
absolutely. Because there's such a connection to what I'm going to be speaking about. So I think this is a perfect pairing, of course. So thank you.
Okay.
What time zone are you in, Michelle?
I'm in California, so it is 4:30 a.m.
Magnus, I'm really sorry, maybe I haven't got the task correctly. Should we somehow comment on the sentence in terms of, to evaluate it, or just say whether we understand the meaning of this phrase?
Well, on the one hand, we're looking at something in isolation. We don't even have the entire paragraph, never mind paragraph before and after. So we're looking at a sentence in isolation. Our understanding of it will be affected by it, and likely any edits that you might want for it. So, but from a very sort of superficial point of view, is there anything in the sentence that you would edit and change for your own understanding of it, or let's say you were to publish it, let's say?
There should be some correction, of course, but I think that I understand the main idea. Is that enough or what? Should we make some changes? Or, yeah, grammatically it is, I think, a bit incorrect to participate in, we have to use an infinitive, having the opportunity to participate in international networks allowed us to learn from colleagues around the world affiliated to different fields, of course, sounds incorrect here. Okay. Well, but we understand what the person tried to say, associated with writing, teaching, and learning. Well, so, of course, from my point of view, we can't, to place the sentence into a kind of text which is going to be printed and shared with others. If you take about some serious publication, but to understand something, when the person wants to express himself or herself, I think for me, I believe that it's more or less clear what the person
it's more or less clear.
More or less. But we know that understanding in principle is hardly achievable,
And you don't feel the need to edit, which is perfectly fine. This is what we sort of need to arrive at. somehow. Do we need to edit or not?
Yeah.
Anyone
Okay.
else who's been honest?
I would say that some editing probably is needed. So participation at conferences or just conferences allowed us to learn from colleagues in the disciplines and across the disciplines who share the same passion for teaching and learning in higher education. Probably, yes.
All right. So in your reading, more work is needed. All right.
Yeah, so I would say that conferences, just participating in different conferences, yeah. So that's what you are saying.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Already we see the sort of not tension perhaps, but the scope of reading reaction in a single isolated sentence. I would like to repeat that. I'm going to be somewhat unfair. Is there one more comment, or do we move on?
And Angela is with us today. Okay,
Well,
she's
yeah.
also in the Zoom. Yeah, if
So-
probably Angela wants to add something to.
I can.
You can. Who's that?
Can I have
Yeah, sure.
just a couple of words? In my opinion, this sentence is rather long and too complicated to understand it and to grasp it from the first time, although the idea is quite clear. So in my opinion, I would so separate it, I would check it carefully and maybe divide it into several shorter parts. Thank you.
And thank you. Dividing the information load into smaller chunks might be a very explicit strategy given whatever type of audience we have in mind. So absolutely. It begins to already make an audience analysis or intended reader analysis, as it were. Given that we're already at 25 minutes, I'm going to move on a little bit. And I'm going to be a little bit unfair to my colleagues because this started as seeing the example of the copy editing, and the editors of the book reacted, this is not how we would have edited the sentence. So here is, as it were, unreflecting sort of traditional copy editing in red of this sentence. And I've moved out of the app, so there it is. I heard you were on to participate. The tense might be connected to context rather than the individual sentence. The preposition, I think, is reflex. I'm not sure it affects understanding a great deal. And it seems to be that we have language variation because a few online resources don't do anything about participating, for instance. As if that matters. What matters here really is what happens when we do this. When we step in and make those types of edits. And what happens, or if we turn it around, when do we feed that feedback, feed that editing to the author, and what do they do with it? So is the author in a position to assess the language background I have when I copy edit their text, my disciplinary background, my discursive traditions, my cultural backgrounds when I edit their text? Is that possible? So do they have a position from which to, as it were, assess or evaluate the edits? Do they deviate too far from the intention of the author, even if we understand it? What's the focus of it? And how is the statement or the edit communicated? What's the effect of it? What happens to my sentence if I accept this edit? And then am I going to accept it straight off, simply follow the copy edit? or am I going to rewrite it in some other way? We do have, of course, a few authors who wouldn't change anything, which in itself is also problematic. We do need that audience adaptation. But which readers are in a position to do that, to assess that, and take on that critical look at the copy editing? If the editor of the journal or the book, for that matter, does not do it. And for whom, so for what is the intended audience that we adjust our editing to, or our language to? So here's a piece out of my teaching material. These are some of the questions we give our students for audience analysis. And I used to be quite comfortable with these questions, but there is a risk in here if we are always going to allow, if you like, the audience to guide or to set the standard. It's at some level, to some extent, there needs to be an element of negotiation. We need to be able to expect reading also on behalf of the audience, rather than writing adjustment on behalf of the authors. And I'm not sure we have a mechanism or even a framework for that given today's element of world Englishes, for instance. One of the things that tends to come up in this part of the conversation, and we're already at half an hour.
No, don't worry. You can take your time. Michelle has allowed us.
Well, she's up early. What tends to come up here, somewhere around here in the conversation, is genre-based writing instruction. I tend to fall back on Chris Tardy for that. So I'm thinking many of you recognize Tardy's overlapping spheres of writing expertise, and what today she calls genre-specific knowledge, the 4 overlapping spheres. And if we can somehow look at those 4 spheres inside that other figure 2 sphere, then we're in a larger system of genre knowledge, which is desirable for most students, authors from a writing development point of view. So far, so good. I buy that. Very often we get the argument that there is a risk with genre-based writing instruction. There's a risk of homogenizing discourses and communities, etc. That in some contexts it can be interpreted as prescriptive rather than descriptive. And I absolutely take that risk. It is an actual risk. And it is perhaps a risk also if the communities do not, as it were, articulate an awareness, articulate basically a modern language policy, which might be a more language variation oriented language policy inside that discourse community. So many of you are probably already aware of their 2020 article. I'm going to add one more, but just as a reference, and you will get that eventually. Colleagues also worked on finding out in what sorts of contexts well, perhaps particularly PhDs of science, hard sciences work, colleagues Negretti and McGrath. Many of them are now in interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary contexts, which on the one hand, Tardy's model is still valid, it still works, but it does become far more complex. And for 3 discourse communities to come together and share language becomes even more challenging. But it is also a lever of change, as it were, because we have a few strong voices in each of those discourses. So there is some hope that we see flexibility in that sense. Two more points, and then I think we can kind of skip the position statement, because that's already been dealt with, as it were. In this editorial board conversation that we had one sentence from, we arrived at a sort of desire to, in our work, promote language variation. We will need to balance the original sort of version with any suggestions that we or fellow copy editors might have. We will have to try to be aware of what it means when we insert our expectations on texts and discourse, including research traditions on that. And more importantly, and perhaps more challenging, is how do we prepare readers for that? What can we write in our introductions such that readers are actually going to be slowing down? We had the comment from the floor already that the sentence is long and it's going to take 2 or 3 reads before I get it. And that tends to be, we tend to be reluctant to do that. So how do we slow down? How do we make readers willing to do that and become able, if you like, of taking on that reading challenge? So it makes reading slower. And here's another one of those questions that should we really have to ask it? Do we need to make it worth it? Or should this be already part of the contract of reading, as it were? So here we're balancing sort of factors or forces in the reading context, in the communication and discourse context for it. And maybe we're seeing that, if not accentuated more these days, at least more frequent these days, I believe. There is one more component, I think, that I would like to briefly show, and that's the element of feedback in our various contexts, because copy editing, if you like, would be feedback. And another one another teaching material slide, basically, our color coding for feedback, for peer response, for teacher response, for supervision work, etc. I'm still fairly sort of fine with this setup. But when we get to the black text, the final text, there is greater reason to focus on coherence and logic, phrasing, style, mechanics, correctness, etc., because now we know what text snippets we're going to be working with. And here is where we need to ask ourselves is because this is probably the area that gets more problematic. What is the style that we're going to promote? Is it my hobby horse style, or can I somehow acknowledge or honor the style of the author? The funny or odd thing is that we tend to be fairly good at this in conversations, which is a bit odd because conversations are faster. But we have an immediate feedback function in conversations, and we don't really have that in text. And very often in that editorial conversation, we ended up, well, does it communicate? And we had that from the floor as well. We get the idea of that sentence. Does that phrase, does it communicate? Does that help us enough in our work in promoting authors and their publications? At some point, ELENA, you're going to have to decide how to do this. The following 2 slides are the statements where we might want to be looking at. I'm going to turn to the end, if you like, after almost 40 minutes now. Because I think what we're facing is a series of choices, really, as authors, as teachers, as supervisors, researchers, and maybe we end up giving up some of our hobby horses. At the same time, there's a sense of achievement of having some certain level of academic literacy in English. And many of us in this room tend to simply like good language. That in itself is a challenge in this context. So I'll be perfectly happy to open up to a sort of closing conversation for as long as we have. What would be your pieces of advice? I'm pretty sure we're not going to find a solution or some sort of linear progression here. It's more like drilling down and getting lost in a staircase. And probably still a fairly foggy picture of the day. And I'll wait there and have ELENA decide how to go about the rest. Because Michelle, you've been up in the middle of the night.
Okay, Magnus, what is our decision? Yeah, all the issues, they're so interesting and I have so much to say either about, okay, the readers, who are the readers, and if we speak about writing for a journal, so there are at least 3 types of readers: editor, viewers, and just the public. And this means that they read the same text from different perspective. Then when you say that then we speak about additional languages. But as an editor, for example, I know that my, I wouldn't say clients, I hate this word, okay, people who ask me help them with editing and proofreading, they very often bring their papers with comments they receive from reviewers. So ask a native speaker of English to proofread the text. And then if we speak about additional languages, yeah, and if the idea is just to be clearly understood, then why do I need to ask a native speaker of English to change my text so that it matches the all the conventions of Anglo-Saxon culture, though I love the culture. So it's my job.
And does changing the text like that make it more accessible to all the readers of that journal?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so lots and lots of other questions, but probably okay, members of this audience ask questions because they are eager to ask questions. Just a couple of questions. We need microphones.
Dear Mr. Gustafsson, I've got a question concerning proofreading and editing services, which are important maybe in terms of good language. So the question is, what is your opinion? Should an editor or a proofreader act like a surgeon, cutting out all the unnecessary phrases and words because he's a professional and he knows good academic language? And is it okay to trust him, to rely on his process, on his act of just cleaning the text and make it more concise and better? So what is your opinion? Is it the responsibility of the author, or can we just enable the editor to make it better? Thank you.
Thank you for pinpointing what is probably our challenge today. Which author can assess that editor's work? Is that editor, copy editor, prepared, equipped to copy edit for the intended audience? We've got, well, most of our journals or presses are international. We have readers from across the world. We edit for one intended reader and a fairly advanced English reader. Does that make the text more accessible to the majority of readers? Maybe not. So how do we do that? In Sweden, and I should know this about English, but I don't actually know it about English. But in Sweden, in governmental language policies, we have guidelines for making the Swedish language more accessible across language cultures our immigrant cultures, etc. So not a question of translation, but a question of adapting our Swedish in governmental documents, etc., or authority documents, etc. There are similar movements that I'm not really well read up on, so I shouldn't really say anything about that. But I think there is an element of, well, I shouldn't use a word like that, but I'm about to anyway. There is an element of elitism in editing that may actually make it, that may make the author hesitant about what does that sentence now mean? Is that what I had in mind? So how do we help authors and copy editors or editors as a activity system, really, to get at that? Can we negotiate it? Because most of the time I have the feeling that the copy editing happens fairly late, and there is no room to actually negotiate it. This particular editorial board meeting happened because one of the authors had the presence of mind to say this editing is not okay, which is a good thing to do.
Satisfied with the answer? Okay, great. Any other questions? One more question probably, and then we cannot keep Michelle waiting for that.
No.
Thank you, Magnus, for your thought-provoking speech. And I have a question. It is more general question, and it is based on the yesterday's information taken from Professor Irina Korotkina. She mentioned that Russian universities do not teach academic writing in a proper way, not even in English, but in Russian too. And we discussed with our colleagues, when do you start teaching academic writing? Maybe that it starts from schools or only at universities, because your scientists look like professionals in academic style. That is my question.
And again, an important question, a valid question in the sense that, yes, I believe writing instruction needs to happen earlier. It needs to happen in writers' first languages. And it's a classic by now, but academic language is nobody's first language. So we've said that a few times. What tends to be problematic is, in our case, upper secondary school writing instruction is comparatively generic. It is insufficient to do well at university. So additional writing instruction is needed at university level. Fine, we do that, or we try to do that. We start in Swedish and gradually switch to English. We have this magical summer for our third-year students when they go from Swedish in the third year to English in the fourth year at the master's level. So fine, that needs to happen. But what also needs to happen in that writing instruction is an awareness of the mechanisms of that discourse community, of those genres. What is different in my Swedish essay or in my Swedish design report compared to an English essay or an English design report? That type of awareness is also needed, which technically is possible with our various approaches, but it takes time, and most universities aren't willing to spend that time on their students. So that's me being bitter, sorry.
Probably my final comment. Is my mic on?
Yes.
Yeah. My final comment, okay. Professor Irina Korotkina, who is a friend of mine and a like-minded person, and she didn't mean, when she said, she didn't mean that we do not have academic writing at our universities. We do have classes and courses on academic writing in English, and we have an association of academic writing experts, which has been very active for many years. What she meant is that we do not have in many universities all over Russia courses on academic Russian, writing or speaking or whatever in Russian, in our native language. That's what probably we need to also to introduce and teach rhetoric, composition, communication, or whatever. So
And
that's what is meant.
You get some of that in her first chapter of that emerging research book.
Yeah, and Ashley Squires, okay, she also spoke about this. Yeah, Magnus, I don't want to let you go, but I have to. Thank you for
I'll
being
I'll just leave on my promise.
Yeah.
This is my promise.
And there's a comment. Okay, can you see okay, the chat in the Zoom?
Sorry,
So a note from okay, can you show me a chat box? Show me the chat box. Okay, yeah, Angela DADAK, I had been watching you online, okay? So thank you, Magnus, for this talk, and to Elena for her encouragement and links to join. It was my pleasure to join her in the early Washington. Yeah, she has been with us, and thank you, Angela, for joining us today. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I liked your position statement, and it is circulating, okay? And we speak and discuss this document, and I do hope that one day, okay, globally, everyone will know about this document and have a word about this. Okay, thank you. And now, Michelle, sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Michelle McConnell, we have been planning to meet for almost a year.
Yes.
Finally, you are with us. And let me just say a few words about Michelle. Michelle is a PhD assistant professor and director of the Master of Arts in Teaching at Francois Pacific University, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Michelle has 22 years of combined experience in teaching English and English as a second language, and TESOL for high school and community colleges, community college reading, rhetoric writing, qualitative and mixed methods research, and teacher education courses.
Yes.
Thank you, Michelle, for being with us. And okay, you're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me to this space, first of all. And yes, so like Angela being up early, I'm on the West Coast, Angela, so just a few hours behind you. I think everything that Magnus shared with us relates to what I'm going to be speaking to today. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to talk about feedback cycles when we are looking at acculturating our students, especially our graduate students, into academic writing. So to give you just a little background, right? I'll give you just a little insight, much like Magnus did. I liked the word that he chose, though. I'm going to present the problems of practice that I've experienced in teaching academic writing within my context, and offer two potential solutions: linking our writing courses and interactive feedback cycles. And time is limited, so I'll speak to potentially two ways to do this, and then the benefits and challenges. So just a little insight into, and a disclaimer of sorts, is that the group of students that I do work with, much like the question that was asked about academic writing in Russian classrooms, like, and Magnus was answering, like, where do we actually begin teaching academic writing? Well, here we attempt to begin the academic writing and English process in early grades, so primary grades with young children, and working to build that up through high school and then into college. The problem is that within our context is that our teachers are not trained as people within their fields of expertise. So if somebody is a science teacher, they are trained with general knowledge of science, not with a specific knowledge of engineering or the various fields in the biological sciences. And so it's harder for the teachers to teach academic writing within their fields because they are not specialists within their fields. They have just a general knowledge. And so part of the work that I do is to begin to change that while also trying to build a teaching population that are teachers that do speak other languages first. So I'm trying to not only teach teachers who are non-native English speakers, but I'm trying to teach them to also be academic writers within their field. So just to give that little bit of information for you. The problems that I have been experiencing in doing this is that students in disciplines outside of writing and outside of learning English often do not study writing within their field or within their discipline. So when they're working to become a teacher of science, they're not studying how to write within the field of science. I'm also seeing that many of the writing courses that students do take, either within their graduate programs or their undergraduate programs, do not have the time to engage students in a longitudinal dialogue or discussion about the writing process and allow them the time and space to reflect upon their growth as academic writers. I'm also finding that feedback to students is much like what Magnus shared, is a gift. We look at their papers and we give them the gift of changing verb tense or the gift of supplying them with how to restructure a sentence. But what we don't actually do is create a loop of feedback so that it becomes more of a dialogue and a discourse and a reciprocal practice filled with reflection for both the instructor and for the student. So what we tend to focus on is basic skills in writing rather than how is it that we're actually growing as writers. And then students aren't always engaging with or internalizing the feedback, especially if the feedback is only focused on skills. They get used to the fact that the instructor will continue to provide feedback for them on skills. And so they'll just accept those changes and not work to continue to improve that aspect of their writing. So in looking at potential solutions, what could I do as the director of a program that is focused on writing? What could I do? Well, in doing some research and a lot of reading, I've decided there are two really good practices that I could attempt to implement and then gather data to see if they were working. The first is linking writing assignments across courses to build longitudinal support and feedback in writing practice. So this was a practice that was more responsive to the needs of the students versus the needs of the institution. So this did take time to get in place. Again, position statements and a lot of debate at my university to have this implemented. And then the second piece were interactive feedback cycles in which the feedback was a loop. It became a dialogue between the instructor and the student, making it reciprocal in nature. So the context, again, where I'm teaching is that 87% of the graduate students that I work with do identify as non-native English speakers, and they speak a wide variety of languages as their first language. The majority of my students do speak Spanish as their first language, but again, a vast majority of languages because of where I am located within the Central Valley of California. We have quite a rather diverse population of people here. 100% of my students are also working full-time. So they're not full-time students. They are working elsewhere while earning this graduate degree. And they come from a variety of disciplines. So I have students who are engineers looking to become teachers, students who have been in the medical field looking to become teachers, students who have been in lab sciences looking to become teachers. So they come from a wide variety in the field, and they're looking to actually leave those fields and move into teaching. The program is structured. It's a year-long graduate research writing program. And this includes 4 courses, which I'll share in just a moment. And they're completed in consecutive order. So you can't take any of the courses out of order. Each course only lasts 8 weeks. So that means there are 2 courses in the fall and 2 courses in the spring. So there's a winter break in between. And the major goal is to complete a research project, what some people might call a thesis, that is ready for publication in an academic journal by the time they leave. So whereas a lot of graduate programs, a thesis is produced, the thesis is not something that can be easily translated or sent off for publication. In fact, the thesis itself has its own rhetoric. And so in order to change that, in order to better support our students, we decided that our students would leave with an academic article in hand. And so then the program on a big picture was designed to focus on 3 areas of writing. The first is a study skills model in which students are learning the basics of writing. Then it's the academic socialization model, where really focusing on how do we bring students into the discourse community associated with publication within their field, and associated with higher level academic situations, because many of my students are first generation college attendees and graduates. So how do we bring them into academia and the language that we use, the way that we speak, the way that we act? And then also really, how do we get them to build their own identity and question the systems that help them create these identities? So this is the model that the program is built upon, so that as we work to provide feedback, we're keeping in mind as instructors that we're providing feedback from a basic skills method, grammar, basic rhetoric, from socializing our students into the discourse community, but also getting them to reflect and build their identities. So our feedback really focuses on these 3 areas, while also being reciprocal in nature. So the way that we've linked our courses is students take 2 courses in the fall, and we try to maintain the same instructor for those 2 courses. And in the first course, what we really do set students up, depending on their discipline area, is how do you write your hypothesis? How do you write a research question? How do you, and then if you're more in the social sciences, how are you writing about your context, your needs assessments, and your research question? How do those actually form an argument? And then that course moves into the next course, which is the literature review, and really digging into various research paradigms and theories so that they can gain the language in those areas as well. Then again, there's a break, and then the spring semester comes. Students take their 3rd course, and in this course, they focus on their methods or action and assessment, depending on which field or discipline they're in again, their data analysis plan, and again, if they're in the social sciences, especially looking at their ethical research plan and IRB. And then finally, in the 4th course, this is where we come to data analysis, findings, implications, and the rest of their paper to have them ready for publication. Throughout all of these courses, we provide a multitude of supports, including graphic organizers, mentor texts. So ensuring that our students are, and it's not just the literature review, but are they reading texts within their field and analyzing those texts for how those texts were written. A lot of practice exercises and collaborative writing, peer-to-peer feedback, very important aspects of this program as well. So the interactive feedback is the important part of this process, because we really want to focus on looping our feedback, creating dialogue, rather than simply just giving a gift of copy editing to our students. So in the first course, the students actually write a document, faculty provide feedback to the students respond to that feedback by making changes or by responding to the feedback. So they have 2 places to enact their response to their instructor feedback. And then the faculty responds back to the student. That paper continues into the 2nd writing course, where the student provides faculty feedback to the faculty, again, either through their revisions or through dialogue, and then the faculty return back to the student. And you can see this cycle again in course 3 and in course 4. So just as a reminder, the 3 areas of feedback that we provide to students is really looking at the study skills, grammar, sentence structure, word choice, looking at the academic socialization. We do follow APA style guidelines. We look at the genre of the discipline, the ways of thinking and organizing information, displaying data within the discipline, and then the language of publication. And then we also provide feedback in getting students to reflect on their growing academic identity. So looking at time and knowing that you guys are over time yourselves for your conference, I'll show you an image here of what this might look like in a comment on a paper. So our courses are all online. We all meet via Zoom once a week. So we are not face-to-face. So all of our feedback then comes in the form of digital feedback. So this is taken from a student paper here, and you can see, much like I probably, and the first thing that I tend to do as well, Magnus, is I tend to find those verb tense agreements. I tend to find the transitions, the things that I know that I always need to work on in my own writing are the things that I tend to look for in the students' writing. So being aware of that is really important for me as an instructor. But here you can see I'm talking about the introduction on a paper. And what the student has done in the writing is just provided a simple transition rather than introducing the entire paper. And so I give the feedback there on some of the skills that are needed. And then the student responds with, well, would something like this be better? In what follows, a cursory overview of the problem in connection to recent research will precede the purpose of this study. And I thought, oh my goodness, that's just so word heavy. It's just words thrown into a blender and thrown onto the paper. And the student is honest. The student says, I copied and put together a few sentences from that reading to create this sentence. And I said, well, yes, you're getting closer. The example you share uses general language. You can be specific. So in what follows a brief or concise, so trying to help with some of that word choice also versus a word like cursory, overview of the history of mathematics instruction. I said, the more specific and clear, the easier it will be to read. And the student interestingly responded. So working on that identity piece. Okay, thank you. It just doesn't feel like I am being, and you can see some spelling here. It doesn't feel like I'm being academic if I use easy language or words. And so this, spins me off into another potential dive for myself into the beliefs that all of us have about what it means to write in the academic world. And that if we have clear language, then apparently we aren't academic. And so, really thinking about that and how we're working with our students and the type of readings that we're giving them and their interpretations and understandings of those readings, I think is as important as the writing process as well. And I would even argue that the reading is part of the writing process. So there are benefits and challenges to this looping process in the feedback cycle, going back and forth. We are seeing greater advancement in writing skills within English, which again, for 87% of my students is not their first language. Our students are being published, and this is exciting. These are students who have never been published before, so this is their first publication. And they're publishing in practitioner journals, not tier 1 academic research journals, but they are getting published. They're attending conferences as presenters where they would not have done so before. And we're also seeing job advancement because their writing skills and communication skills are improving as well. There are a number of challenges. The big 3 are time. The time that it takes to provide the depth and level and recursive feedback and one-on-one dialogue process about feedback on writing is time consuming. Instructor changes. If I need to hire new faculty, I have to really bring them on and provide the training so that they don't revert to simple basic skills feedback, but also in bringing them into the process and into our discourse community about how we prepare writers at our site. And then if a student needs to take a leave of absence for any reason, getting them back into where they need to be at the proper time in the proper course, because the way the courses are laid out really does hinder their ability to complete the program in a timely manner. And so looking at 30 minutes here, I spoke fairly quickly, but hopefully I made some sense for you. So I thank you. And if you do have questions, please reach out. I'm more than happy to respond to any questions via email. And ELENA can also share my email and communication with you as well. And then just a list of some of the pieces that I've used here in this presentation, but which have guided some of the thinking in our processes, but definitely not all of them.
Thank you, Michelle. That was a wrapping up, because during for 2 days for sure of the conference, we were speaking about feedback and different cycles, and that's just a perfect wrap. Okay, and we also need to give some feedback on the conference. So probably you want to comment, to ask a question. Yeah, you have a question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have such a question. Thank you very much for sharing your experience in organizing a course like that. And this year here at MIPT, we have started a course similar to yours. So the question is, so the key goal of your course is to have your students' papers published. But do you collaborate with, I don't know, biochemistry department, physics department, because students are still not experts in their fields. And you know that the goal of any scientific paper is to drive the science, yes, to promote it. Thank you very much.
Yes, I I feel your pain. My students as well, throughout the course, even though they have an undergraduate degree in their field, they don't have the graduate level knowledge of their field. And that is oftentimes the most challenging aspect of doing this work, because we have to reach out into the field and pull those mentors in as well. So we have our writing instructors, but we also have to turn to others within the university or outside the university to speak with and mentor our students. So it is, it's a big effort. It's not just us, the writing instructors, but it's us having to step outside of the field of writing to connect with those in the field. And I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I also have a question. Do they have one and the same assignment through the year? I mean, they choose a subject for their assignment and then they polish it. They look at the same thing from different perspectives, and they can select one of the aspects suggested. Just one assignment till the very end of the year, right?
Yes. Yes, it is that article that they are looking to publish. So there are multiple assignments within each course to get them to that. But at the end of each course, they have completed a portion of their article. So in that first part, they really do work to set up what the outline and what that's going to look like. In the second course, they focus on the literature review. In the third course, they're focusing on their methods. And in the final course, they really work on their data analysis, implications, findings, discussion, and then going back to their introduction and revising as needed and working on their conclusion.
Great. And in the first place, they need to have some idea for their research, right? So
Yes.
they have some idea for their research, then they decide what they want to write about, the genre, and you kind of assist them all through the year. Good.
Yes.
And you have writing center who also support them with tutors.
No.
No, we don't have a writing center.
We do
Wow.
not have a writing center. The writing instructors are seen as the writing tutors. So not only, and that's what it's so time consuming for our instructors, is that we not only instruct the writing, but we do the tutoring.
Thank you. Daunting job, daunting. Any other questions? You have a question, okay. Probably final one, okay.
Thank you very much. I have a question about the portions of writing, so to say. When we have a hypothesis, for example, as far as I have understood, the first course deals with hypothesis, with an idea, and of course, the fourth course, yeah, so it deals probably more about introduction and conclusions, so finalizing the research. So writing has to be different and writing assignments as well. So how do you deal with that in your course design? Thank you.
Yes, that is, I feel like I could give a week-long talk on that. Yes, it is. The courses and the assignments and the goals of each course are so incredibly different because you're dealing with different parts of the paper, and different parts of the paper all have such a different purpose. And even though the language and the rhetoric might seem, pretty cohesive and similar throughout a paper, each portion of a paper has such a different structure. And that, of course, changes the way that you then approach the writing process. So, for example, in the literature review process, the idea of synthesis. How do you actually read multiple pieces and synthesize ideas in order to share those? How do you enter into the conversation of others that has happened before you about your topic? So those are things we talk about and work on in that course. And then in that final course, it really, yes, is what are your conclusions, right? How do you look at your paper as a whole? But then how do you go back and introduce that to your readers? And who do you think your readers are going to be? Where do you think you will send your paper out for publication? So they're not only having to, across all 4 courses, begin looking at where they're sending out for publication and reading articles from those publications, but they're also having to then, build out those different pieces of their paper at those times in response to the requirements of the journals that they're looking at. And so for us as instructors, it is challenging because they're all looking at different publications with different requirements. So the way that we then have to provide feedback, and since we're a university, grades, we don't have, one similar rubric in order to provide that feedback. So those pieces of designing a course in that sense are quite challenging, especially when we're looking at the idea of having to provide a grade for a student.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. I thank all the participants and our fabulous speakers. Thank you for your valuable contributions. And I do hope that next year we'll get together again because we have so many ideas, so many questions unsolved. And only together, I mean, united, we can find the best, most effective way of teaching science communication and writing, of which we're so passionate about. Thank you all again. And certainly I want, I'm willing, I'm eager to thank Jennifer Uller, who helped me organize all this glorious event. Without her support and encouragement, this would have never happened, I guess. So thank you all and goodbye.